and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We could please have a few moments of silence for Dave Brown. Everybody knew him as Big Dave. Please be seated. And the roll call, please.
Mayor Marshall?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ponce?
Here.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Here.
Councilmember Lavelle?
Here.
Councilmember Schickling?
Here. And for the record, we have Scott Campbell. Hi. Okay. Are there any announcements or written communications?
Acknowledge we received one written communication regarding service animals on the island. The communication has been provided to the City Council. Also, a reminder that November 8th is Election Day. The Country Club located at 1 Country Club Drive will be the City of Avalon's voting center. The center will be open from Saturday, November 5th through Monday, November 7th from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. On Tuesday, November 8th, the voting center will be open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Vote by mail is still an option. No postage is required for a vote by mail, and you can drop your ballot or you can drop your ballot off at any official ballot drop-off location throughout LA County. In Avalon, ours is located in front of our local library. You can also visit lavote.gov for more information.
Great. All right. If we may have department head reports.
Good evening, Bob Greenlaw. Got 4 items tonight. At the maintenance yard, our remediation action plan, work continues with Jordahl Construction as the contractor. That's at our city maintenance yards up there in Falls Canyon. The contractor is right now demoing the fence, has that down, has a temporary fence in between the school and our maintenance yard, and he's working on the existing concrete that was in areas that needed to be remediated. Once he gets all that done, it gets tested that we've got everything separated out that needs to go someplace else, in a site because it's hazardous waste. Then we are going to place 2 foot of fill on top of that and then cap it with concrete. And that'll finish off, put a brand new fence up. And that's going to raise the grade in that back section along our maintenance yard about 2 feet. So, and it's sitting down in a hole as it is, so actually it helps us out. The Casino Way Arch, MTS Painting was awarded a contract to prep and repaint the Casino Way Arch under the city's procurement policy for small public works projects. Under that policy, we're able to negotiate under $60,000 with contractors. The reason that MTS was selected, besides the price, besides the value, is they did all the work on the Chimes Tower, so you can see the quality of work. The arch needs that quality of work. It's a major site for the city of Avalon. Work will start sometime this month, and it'll take about a month to complete. While that work is going, the Casino Way walkway at the arch will be closed to handle the pedestrians. We're going to put a K-rail out at the edge of the roadway there. The pedestrians will go down behind that K-rail protected, connect back up around the arch. We'll put the appropriate signs for a 1-lane street, which you know when you go into rural construction, there's a 1-lane street and there's a stop sign at each end. If you see somebody, you stop, you wait till your turn to proceed. And we'll monitor that as it goes along.
Okay.
And the work should start sometime later this month. This week we're doing tree trimming, our annual tree trimming. So West Coast Arborist that normally comes, big group of service people that come to help our public works crew. They'll complete the annual tree trimming. This will include work in the parks. You see that we've already got one side of Sumner on the upper 300 block. We'll finish those within a day or so. And then along the waterfront, CM has authorized work starting at 6 a.m. in the outer extents away from residents, and so that's in those areas where we expect a lot of pet activity. We want to get out there early so we can just blow through there. If you watch these guys work, I mean, it moves fast. So even if we're making noise at that time, and they're supposed to be using electric chainsaws right now, if they're making noise, it's going to be very quick, and we're done with it. And you'll see them out of town here within a very short time. And then also our mode shift study, a community workshop is planned to be held on November 14th, the one I've been advertising, and that's at 5 p.m. And the meeting will be virtual via Zoom. So the way that you find that link for that Zoom is you go to the city's website at cityofavalon.com, and then under that main page, you'll come into an events banner, and it has what is the Mobility Study Public Workshop is what you click on that link, and right at the bottom of that page is the Zoom link. Okay, so it's very important that our community gets involved in that and puts their input in. We've already held 5 stakeholder meetings with different groups, and now this brings into the first public workshop that we have. We've already been out in the mole capturing visitors' comments on it, so we want to see what the Islanders' comments now are, and also visitors if they want to join us in that Zoom. And then we'll hold a second community workshop with all of those results, and sometime in December. Okay?
Great.
Any questions?
No, good. Thank you.
Bob, I was just curious what's going on with East Whitley project?
So the trench is still open there that we did the sewer line. So the sewer line is complete. And at the same time, when we encountered some of the utilities there, we wanted to upgrade both our domestic water and our salt water supply. And it came through and intersected it. When we found those facilities there, we had to have a special coupling made. And so that's what the delay has been. I think I saw it in the room today. It just arrived. So it was a special brass coupling. And we want to be consistent with what SCE is doing. So across all of our water utilities on the island, we want to be using the same parts and pieces so that we have the availability to borrow and trade and whatever it is. But the expectation several years down the road that you would see the same parts used for whatever it is, fresh or salt water. So that's what's happening on that one. We've got the specs ready to go out for the RFP to get the existing 4 units remodeled. So we're going to be seeing that go out on the street here very soon. Okay. And then our plan is to come to council and discuss the second 4 units there because we have had work by the architect done. So, and once we get the cost. A good cost estimate for that, then we can come in and talk and see if we want to proceed ahead with that. Okay?
So is the plan to rent out the existing building before the new one is built, or are you just going to wait until everything's done?
It could go either way. You know?
Okay.
So let's say this be flexible, and we'll make work with whatever makes work. I mean, if those units are done, I mean, every housing unit is valuable.
Right.
Right. Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening. Orin Karstafen, Harbor Master. Since my last report to you, Tuesday, October 4th, Patrol moored 1,150 boats for a total of 4,796 nights. Patrol did 29 warnings and advisements of municipal code violations, assisted the sheriffs 3 times, assisted Baywatch 6 times, did 206 security patrols of our facilities, and assisted the Coast Guard 2 times. Notable changes around the harbor: the city's end float has been towed to the mainland for its annual maintenance. The fingers on the club dinghy dock between the Tuna Club and the Yacht Club have been removed. We only have the bay stocks in at this time. We'll most likely leave those bay stocks in until we get a real threat of northeast weather, and then those are easily detached, and we'll take those out. The Barbara Pearson dock is scheduled for removal on Thursday. That's this coming Thursday. And as you may remember, in October 19th and 20th, I was scheduled to attend the Marine Recreational Educational Conference in Santa Barbara. I attended that conference and trade show, which did bring together an amazing assortment of experts from the marine industry. The educational sessions that I joined in was the legislative updates, the trends within the marine management space, new tech, and a lot of operational changes that are helping to streamline and attract the new boaters. There was also discussions on the employment challenges within our group and security issues, mooring systems, and the list goes on and on. It was really a great value, and I brought back a lot of good information. So that's pretty much it, if you have any questions.
Questions?
Thank you.
Actually, real quick, it's nothing crazy. I did see that the winds are going to pick up the next couple of days. Will that be affecting our harbor at all?
No, it's in a direction we like. Anything out of the west or the northwest, we're okay with that. Anytime we have anything with east in it, then we start to get a little nervous.
Thank you.
Good question.
Thank you. Fire chief?
I'm waiting for someone.
Oh, okay. Lieutenant Matt?
I think Lieutenant's ready.
Sorry, I'm flustered. I'm out of order here. Deal with this stuff. I'll do my best. Madam Mayor, City Council, I see you guys again. Since the last time I was here, we had 60 calls for service, 56 observations made by our deputies. During those calls, we had 10 total arrests. One of those was a battery. 6 of them were drunk in public. 2 of them were under the influence of a controlled substance, and 1 was for domestic violence. So we've recently increased our enforcement of unlicensed and suspended licensed drivers. It's kind of one of those things we're dealing a lot with kids going back to school, not being licensed, being in cars. So we've kind of given them some warnings. I've gone to the school and talked to administration, so have the deputies. We're trying to get the word out so they'll stop doing it. So we much prefer not to cite them for that because it is a misdemeanor and it can be a big deal to your future. So we're trying to avoid that as much as we can. Unfortunately, more than likely we will start citing more of those in the future. So that's just something that happens.
Yeah.
On October 8th, Election Day, we have deputies on overtime to assist us with bringing ballots from this side of the island over to Parker's Landing. And also on the 8th, same day, we also have a major earthquake drill with SCE that we'll be participating with the fire department and SCE, as well as our Emergency Operations Bureau over in LA. So we'll be working together and just kind of planning in case that does happen. It's just a big scenario. Hopefully it doesn't take more than 4 or 5 hours. That way we can get back on the ballots and get those over town. That's about all we have for this time. We had about 9 citations during the same period as well.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
How about curfew?
Yeah, it's
How are we doing on curfew? First of all, what is the curfew time right at this moment?
That was 10.
well, according to the municipal code, it's 11 p.m.
No.
No.
When they're back in school, it's 10 o'clock during the week, 11 o'clock on weekends.
Well,
During the summer, it's 11 o'clock every day.
Yeah, but that's based on a time period. I didn't know schools listed in the municipal code.
It's something when I was previously on the council, we passed to change that. So that should be somewhere in the municipal code.
Okay, I was online, so I must have read it wrong, or maybe I'm off, so.
But yeah, because during the week when they're in school, it's 10 o'clock. Weekends, it's 11 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something we are addressing, but most of the time it's shooing them home. We're not writing through
Right,
citations for them
right,
typically.
okay. But repeat, when they get to be obnoxious and it's continual, then it is time to bring in mom and dad or pick up the kid or something, because parents need to be involved as well, as you know.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to do. I mean,
Yeah.
it's much better to get the parents involved. Unfortunately, not all parents are on board and they're
Right.
not happy with dealing with sometimes, and that's just the
Right.
way it goes. It's just the reality with the job.
I understand. Any other questions?
Yeah, I had one question regarding the domestic violence.
Yes, ma'am.
I know those situations can be very dangerous for your deputies as well. But would we be able to consider maybe taking classes more for the victim? Like just language based on how to talk to them and things like that?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. We do have some programs that we've dealt with, and there's actually a program that's out of, it's across the water, but they do want to come over and help out, and we've dealt with them quite a bit, and we're trying to get that involved. So what that usually is that once we come in contact, if we don't make an arrest, we'll contact the organization, they'll reach out, hopefully help out the victim, as well as even the suspect, and try to get that working better off. And also, if there is an arrest made, we'll notify them as well so they can work it out. It's good for everybody in the end, ultimately. Hopefully, you can prevent it from happening again. And also, it's better for them when they go to court because they can describe that they're actually doing something to fix the issue.
Okay, perfect. I know that they're starting a domestic violence board. You know, they're trying to get more advocates on the island. As you know, it's really hard to get resources over here. So if you guys could partner up, just so we're all on the same page to help whoever may need it, that'd be great.
Sure, and I can send you some resources as well that we're dealing with. I don't know it offhand, I didn't write it down for this meeting, but I can send you things.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
No problem.
The only other question I had, and it may actually overlap you and the chief and the library actually, is LA County had just signed on to a law that would allow for Narcan distribution through LA County Public Library System. I don't know if that's something that has training already set up or is going to be set up, but at some point, I know I would be interested in at least learning a little bit more about that. I don't know enough about it, but they were talking about having it be a distribution point, and because you guys are so close together, I was assuming that you would be maybe involved in that as well. So just if you guys can find whatever information you can to bring back to us at a future meeting, that would be awesome.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you
Questions?
very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council and Madam Mayor. So we just concluded our flag football this week. The Super Bowl will be this Sunday. From 10:30 to 3:30 is the playoffs, all the way into the Super Bowl. That's all for our 3rd through 5th and our 6th through 8th. We had 56 kids compete from 1st through 8th grade, which is about 10 short of pre-COVID numbers. So we were happy to see the kids starting to come back. And we're happy that what we're hoping for now is that the kids are now getting back into this, that we will have the soccer numbers will be up because we will be starting soccer signups next week with the league starting in January. So we'll have plenty of run up to the league starting. And we're always looking for coaches. So please come by and see me. We have apps and different things to help you if you don't know what how to coach or you're afraid to. I'm more than happy to help you with that as a coach myself, but also we have apps that will actually create practice programs for you, visuals on it. So it's actually a lot easier now to be a coach than ever before, and I do appreciate the coaches that do come out and get this opportunity to spend time with their kids and make another impact on somebody else's kids' lives. It's a powerful thing to do, and I hope more of the community comes out to be a coach. This weekend, we also had the triathlon. It seemed to be a success with around 235 participants, which is well below the pre-COVID numbers. So I know they were a little disappointed in the numbers, and they're trying to figure out how they can get those numbers back up, because we do have the half marathon, which is also put on by Spectrum Sports, coming November 12th. And with the half marathon, they are at pre-COVID numbers. So that's up, but the triathlon was about 150 down from where they usually are. So, and then we have been busy with some major events that have passed, and we are planning some upcoming events. On October 20th, we had the Fall Carnival, where we partnered with Melinda Clare, the Activities Director for Avalon High School, and brought the school carnival down to Front Street, as well as including several nonprofits. We feel even though that the event was smaller with 19 booths, it had a positive, fun feel to it. Besides the crowds getting free entertainment for 2.5 hours, aerial acts, fire acts, high-flying skate acts, and blues music, the kids of all ages played carnival games, ate some food, got their pumpkins and fall pictures. The school program made over $12,000. That's over $1,000 a booth. It's one of their highest grossing carnivals, so they're excited about having it again downtown. One of the big things was having it, we are going to move it next year to a Friday night, so kids don't feel like they have to go home early. So they can stay out a little bit later and participate, but we will keep it during that second Blues Festival weekend because the Blues Festival people were incredibly generous in donations besides playing the games, just throwing more money into donations. They made over something like $2,000 more just in donations. So that was very positive. Last night, we had the Halloween parade at 4:30. Again, we partnered with the school and was able to bring all the preschools and the elementaries back down to Front Street. It is probably the most adorable parade in the country, and I'm not saying that because my son was in it, even though it was a factor. Afterwards, we had the zombie park, where kids felt mystery boxes filled with troll boogers, zombie fingers, and maggots. They jumped in the superhero bouncy house. They had their fortunes told by the gypsy of the night, Tricia Edwards, had scary face paint applied by local artist Kim, and took pictures with a zombie. We also passed out over 150 bags of candy. The kids had a blast, and parents were happy to see this event go on. So we are already trying to figure out how to make it bigger and scarier for next year. I really want to give a shout out to my coworker, Jen Diaz, who takes our crazy ideas that we come up together, such as having actual carnival acts and creating a zombie park, and takes ownership of those ideas and creatively executes them. So I really want to thank Jenny Diaz for her hard work. Which leads us now to Veterans Day on November 11th, 11 a.m. This year, through some of Jenny's contacts, we have a group from Long Beach, veterans, VFWs coming over. We have 40 already that are secured, saying they are definitely coming, with a possibility of over 100 veterans from Long Beach coming to be part of the celebration. Long Beach, they'll be coming here to join forces with their very own VFWs. We will be having this young lady who will be coming here. She just sang with the Disney Orchestra. I believe she's like 12 years old. She'll be doing the national anthem. After the ceremony, we will be taking them up to City Park, where Megan from the Pancake Cottage will be donating and holding a brunch for them at City Park, and Roger Conley will be coming up there to hold the music down for us.
Wonderful.
So we're really happy for both of them to donating their time and their resources. Just a reminder, the holiday decoration contest is in full swing. You just need to go to avalonsmarthomes.com/contest. Sign up as a participant. As soon as you decorate, the more people you have to vote. Make sure you share the posting to everyone you know so you can get as many votes as possible before. So the earlier you decorate, the more opportunity you have to have greater votes. Voting ends December 12th, with winners being announced on December 13th. Prizes include, for everybody will receive an HDC or holiday decorative ornament to hang on their Christmas tree. But we have winners. We have fourth and fifth place will get $25 gift certificates. Third place will both get a little glass ornament. With second place getting a $75 gift certificate from the chamber, and third place getting a $50 gift certificate from the chamber. And there will be a nice little table ornament for first place, and a $100 gift certificate from the chamber.
Nice.
Any questions?
No.
Oh, I do, real quick, sorry, Dave. I can't find it in my notes, but I remember you talking about getting clothing donated. Is that something we're still doing? I just thinking since it's so
that
cold.
was through Leticia. It was she had come here. I got her in touch with the school. They didn't get the information back to her quick enough.
Okay.
Because there's a timeline when that organization, I think they're called School Bell, this organization School Bell, the school did not get the information back to Leticia in time, and so they had actually given the clothes to another organization. So,
Is there a way that we could possibly maybe partner with, what is it called, White Buffalo? The thrift shop? to see, because I know I
Buffalo?
saw that they weren't taking donations. So if anyone wants to donate, because it's getting cold, I know there's kids
Yeah.
that need jackets, you know, whatever the case may be. So maybe if that's something we could do, I don't know if we could do it like at the teen center or something like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We were actually just talking about whether we were going to do a toy drive during Shop at Home night. But I felt like we didn't really need to do a toy drive between 4 different companies that donate to us. Every year we have like 30, 40, 50 toys left over because we get so many toys donated to us. So we were thinking about what we could do, some other sort of drive that we could do. And I think that would be a great drive
that'd
to
be
do.
great.
We'll add that so people can bring it down to Shop at Home night. They can just bring the clothes down
Right,
there.
good idea.
And we
Okay.
can have that. So, yeah.
Awesome. Let me
We'll
know.
create that.
I'm definitely down to help.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Staff, Michael Alegria, Fire Chief. I want to start tonight by going over a call that happened on Sunday, October 23rd at 1:38. We got a call of a diver in distress. Mermaid Elena Thomas was in the water taking a class, assisted in the rescue, helped getting the diver to the stairs. The diver was brought up the stairs. CPR was initiated by 2 other females. Captain Mefford arrived and did what he did. The other guys arrived. Christian took over CPR. They applied what we call the Lucas device that the paramedics have that does compressions for us. They do perfect compressions. After 2 minutes of CPR, guaranteed you're going to be tired if you're doing it properly. So they have this new device. Within 4 minutes, the patient's return of spontaneous breathing, circulation, so started breathing a little on his own, and they assisted with ventilations. The patient was transported on the Baywatch to the hyperbaric chamber, and as what I just heard, is flying back home tomorrow.
Excellent.
So Elena, reserve, with our reserves being out there and being trained, she initiated it. It shows that after that, early CPR is the key, and then our guys get there and do what they do, and this one was a great outcome. So we had Elena Thomas was working, or doing her mermaids, Captain John Mefford, Engineer Frank Menudo, and Christian Cisneros. For the Baywatch paramedics, we had paramedic Captain Brian Carey and lifeguard specialist Jeff Martinez. They both work weekends, so they're not here today. For LA County Fire, we had Fire Captain Dave Gelati, who is one of the relief captains over here. He happened to be out on the water as well, and he assisted, and our fire engineer, Bob Combe. So
Excellent.
they assisted, got the patient out, and the patient's alive. And from what Elena told me just before council, it's international. It's everywhere. So the mermaid rescue, followed by what our guys did, it's all over the world.
Oh, wonderful. Thank
So
you
thank
so
you,
much.
good job. And
Yes.
the guys have been busy, so they're gonna head back. cook dinner.
Yeah, has been busy. Thanks again.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
So the month of October, we had 65 medical calls and 20 fire-related calls. As of, I believe today, we are already at last year's end numbers, so we still have 2 months to go. It'll definitely be a record year. On November 8th, we're doing a drill with Edison and the sheriffs and county fire. It is a cruise ship day. We've been planning this the last couple of months. So there will be some signs up, there'll be some caution tape up, there'll be people invest. I thought it was a good idea to do it on a cruise ship day to keep it going, because when we have an emergency, I'd rather do it with the more people. So we're gonna start pushing it out on social media. There will be a drill, and we'll post signs when the people get off the cruise ship. So
Great.
We'll post signs, we'll put the word out, but there will be a drill taking place on November 8th
Great.
from 8 to around noon, hopefully.
Good.
Do you guys need volunteers for that, or are you guys all set?
No, we're all set. Thank you.
Okay.
This is the one where the bodies are laying around and all that? Bodies
No,
aren't laying all
not
around.
bodies aren't
That's
laying
right.
around. It's
Yeah,
a couple of things to do with Edison.
okay. Yeah, okay.
The other day, we brought to some of the community's attention, and I'd like to thank Devin for all her work with Civic Plus and Civic Ready. We're switching over to a new emergency alert system. So if you text 38276, if you text the word Avalon to 38276, you'll be signed up. You can sign up for A to Z, or you could sign up for emergency alerts, you could sign up for rec alerts. There's everything on there, so you pick what you want to receive alerts from.
So I don't need my scanner?
No, we're not sending those out. Not that type of alert.
Oh, okay.
Oh, awesome, I haven't
And
already.
other than that, we hosted a chamber mixer last Thursday,
Wonderful.
and everyone had a good time.
Yes,
Any
it
questions?
was great. I think that was, it was fun. It had, it was nice and it was airy and a couple of kids there too. So it really made for a beautiful evening. So thank you. Food was delicious. Did a great job.
It's amazing how much adults love riding in the fire truck.
Oh, yeah.
That's some inner child.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. City manager report, please.
We may have Matt out there.
Oh, we're going to hear
I'm
from
waiting to see
him.
it. There he is.
Oh,
Hey, evening,
okay.
council. I don't have a whole lot to report. Matt Baker, finance director, at home isolating currently, but I do have a presentation later tonight to give an update on the unaudited financial results from fiscal year 22. So still planning on giving that presentation later.
Great. Thank you, Matt. Okay. City manager report.
Okay, great, thank you. Good evening, council. I just a question came up concerning curfews, so I do have it up here, and Councilman Ponce, you're correct. It's 11 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays, currently 10 p.m. the rest of the days. That changes, and that's from September through June.
That's for under 18.
Correct.
Okay.
I was going to compliment the chief and the fire department for the mixer last week. It was very entertaining. The food was great, and who doesn't like riding in fire trucks? So it all worked out great. Thanks to those guys. The noise ordinance the council passed will go into effect at the end of this week. We are going to try to use the first month or so education wise to get the information out rather than just enforcement. But our goal is to get everybody in compliance, and we're going to start working towards that effective starting this weekend. I do want to bring up, I see we have been able to finalize a date, December 14th, for a special city council meeting, which will be a work session devoted to the vehicle code. Thank you to all council for making yourselves available. This is something I have been butting my head up against for the last 9 months, and I'd really like to take this on, and the public is obviously welcome. It's a council meeting, it's open. And there are a number of things, I invite council to come prepared with ideas, suggestions. I think anything should be on the table as far as what we want to do, what changes we might want to look at. And I think very importantly, tonight's council meeting is one example. We have two appeals that are going to be before you tonight on issues that I would deem are reasonable requests made by reasonable people that simply aren't permitted by our code. So we're in a situation, the hearing officer continuously in this situation where he can't grant something because the code doesn't allow it. It gets kicked to council, and the only way for council to allow it would be simply to ignore the existing code. There's no mechanism for a variation or a variance or discretion involved, and I'd love to be able to have, for the city to have that, and for our residents to have that, under certain circumstances, maybe we can find a little bit of a wiggle room to what we have. So thank you to council for organizing that. And then finally, our website, we are close. Devin is close. One way or another, this is going live. Devin has been working for months on this, certainly all summer and since last spring on this, getting this out. In the next few weeks, it is going to go live. We're very excited to get that out there. It's going to be able to do so many things that we haven't been able to do, so hopefully the residents will start engaging in it again, getting their information from it. It's going to be somewhat interactive, and as the chief just talked about, getting this information out to your phone through an app, all these things are going to be, I think, great. Communication, everybody wants us as a city to communicate more and communicate better, and this is going to be the way.
Great.
And I think that is it. Thank you.
City Attorney, Scott?
Nothing tonight, Mayor, thank you, and council.
Council member reports?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Just wanted to commend the fire department on a wonderful chamber mixer. Great tacos. I didn't get a ride in the fire truck, but that's okay. I've done it before. But like I said, it's amazing how many adults want to ride the fire truck. And then also Saturday is community cleanup. You'll be meeting across the street at 9 o'clock. Show your Islander spirit. Enjoy proactive community members for the final cleanup of the year. Meet at People's Park at 9 a.m. sharp. If you've got tools that you can use, great, and gloves, bring them. But let's get people out here to clean up some of the areas that really need it.
And just to go on that, you have more of those grabbers?
We got
the long grabbers to get stuff.
Grabbers in the trash bags.
Yeah.
And we're gonna barbecue.
Oh, good, thank you. Sorry.
And then my other comment is, as a person who gets to witness what goes on at 3rd and Clarissa Street, we definitely need to work on course changes for the triathlon, at least the bike part of it. It's really hard to sit there and listen to bikes screeching so they're not going to run into a golf cart that shouldn't be there. We need to do a better job of that. I could just see somebody's body flying. It scared me when I heard one of the bikes slam and then the words afterwards. But it doesn't seem to work right there. So it's just something that I wanted to plant that seed that we need to work on that. And other than that,
Okay. Mary?
Not much. I did want to go to the chamber mixer on Thursday, but I couldn't go because I was in rehearsal for A Christmas Story. We're actually doing The Christmas Story. I think it'll be great. It's going to be in the casino December 17, 18, and 19. It's not your typical weekend and Sunday run. I think it's more in the middle of the week because of the movies and stuff that are playing in there. But it's a great play. It's going to be awesome. So come check that out. I was also involved in the Tower of Terror for the Bats in the Belfry Chimes Tower fundraiser thing, and that was pretty cool. The first night, I think it was designed as a part of the fundraiser for the people that were attending the fundraiser, because it was all held in the theater in the casino. But then they decided to open it to the public on Sunday, and there really wasn't a lot of advanced publicity. So I was really pleased at the turnout that the town, adults and children alike, came to the haunted house in the casino. So that was really cool. So thank you, Avalon, for your continued support of the arts, because I think it's very, very, very important in this town. And kudos to Sean Brannick, who he's tireless. He does everything. And Wesley with the theater is doing an amazing job, and he's really, really working with the community. So happy to see that iconic building being breathed full of life again. So
excellent.
So I've been really busy, so a little behind on council stuff. So that's about it for me.
Just one update, I attended the Broadband for All session on Monday, October 24th. That was put on by a number of entities, including the Public Utilities Commission, the USDA, the all the people in California that are trying to increase broadband. And again, we're off that map that they were building the backbone for. So still having discussions and trying to get that conversation going. I know one of the entities has a current grant application out for the newest round of funding. So hopefully we'll have reports back on that soon. And then otherwise, thank you for mentioning the community cleanup. Excited for that as well. And then just giving a heads up, I was asked to participate in a community-based holiday planning group. So we'll be doing that sometime in the next couple of weeks with Dave and a few other people in town to help with that. That's it.
Wonderful.
Not much for me either. I just want to say Feliz Dia de los Muertos. It starts, well, it's been since the 28th, but tomorrow will be the last day. So reminder for anyone that has an ofrenda that are, remembering their loved ones to put their water, white candles, bread, and their fruits.
That's beautiful. Okay. The street sweeper, I think, came back yesterday and today, which that was nice because we're getting a lot of complaints that it hasn't been on the road, so that's awesome. They're back. Also, I talked to Rep. Nick Morrow. It's a couple months away, but we used to have the photo of all the new babies that were born, and we haven't done that in a number of years. It really wasn't implemented through us, but initiated through us. But anyway, Nick Morrow's willing to take the picture, so sometime after the first of the year, we're going to be going back a couple of years to get those kids that were born that didn't get their picture in the paper.
Yay!
Yeah, so.
I love that.
I know, it's very, very sweet. So anyway, that's all. Okay. Oral communication, this is an opportunity for people in the audience or online to address us on actions or on items that are not on the agenda. You will be limited to 2 minutes and no action will be taken. Anything?
No comments have been received.
Okay.
Good evening, Paul Birchall, Avalon Library. Hello. First off, we were mentioning the NORCAN a little bit earlier. I have heard a little about it. It is coming to Avalon, all LA County libraries, including Avalon Library. I was pleased to hear it's not the syringe, so I won't be sitting there injecting you with the syringe. It's a nose spray. There's a lot of stuff we haven't heard, and they're going to give us more information as it comes out. At the moment, my understanding is that I would give it to somebody. I wouldn't, run to
Administer.
you. I'm not going to be doing EMT stuff. Nobody wants that. But it is coming. It's coming to every LA County library, as well as the vote by mail boxes, which are outside, available for you right up till Election Day. I believe that the sheriff's deputies will lock it up Tuesday at 8 p.m. sharp, snap, and get rid of those things. Send them to their places to be counted. I wanted to talk about some of the things I have going on. Story time is still continuing all Saturdays at 11 a.m. I'm starting to get it takes time to, now that we're doing these things, getting it started up again.
Yes.
But I'm doing a very lovely story time. We're having a great time. I have our book club coming up the last Friday of the month, the last Tuesday of the month, pardon me. This month it's going to be Circe, which is sort of a retelling of the Odyssey's Circe legend from Circe's point of view. She's a witch. She's a fascinating mythological character. I really loved this book first time I read it a couple years back. I've got plenty of copies at the library. Coming up on Thursday, November 17th, I'm going to have a visit from the Haynes Marionettes Company. They're going to do The Princess and the Pirates. I don't know what that's going to be, but he does his own marionettes. It's going to be a lot of fun. Painting of ceramic dinosaurs. I've got about 40 little dinosaurs, little paint strips. Coming over and do that. Weave Your Own Bookmark on November the 10th. That just arrived in my mail today. It's like yarn and little needles and a template. I can't knit. I've got all thumbs, but it's going to be a lovely program for the kids. Along with the pirate, we're going to make our own treasure map on the 18th. I also have little wooden treasure chests, and you can put the map and put something in the little treasure chest and have a lot of fun. It's Native American Heritage Month. I have a craft that's going to be in a take-home bag. I don't have it quite ready yet. In about a week's time, I'll have it all set up. I also have a little exhibition that I sort of did with the assistance of the LA County Library's Native American Resource Center, of some books about the history of the Tongva Native American tribe. That's in my area, the adult area of the library. That's pretty much all I got right here. I have other stuff in my little head that I can't remember. So we got a lot of things going on at your library. Come on down. It's the quiet season. Use your library. Go read. Read something.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
Hey, Paul. So the Marionettes are on November 17th. That's a Thursday. So what
Yes.
time will that be?
4 o'clock.
Okay.
4 o'clock. And I'm in the play as well, by the way.
Oh, awesome.
You know, I don't know what it is. Last time I was Humpty Dumpty. This time I'm playing Santa Claus amongst another couple of characters. What are they trying to tell me?
Love you, Paul. Okay. All righty, let's go into the consent calendar, please.
Thank you. First item is seeking approval of the minutes from October 18th, 2022 regular council meeting. Item 2, warrants, approval of total expenditures for October 10th, 2022 through October 21st, 2022, totaling $917,709.17. Looking to determine that the COVID-19 state of emergency as proclaimed by the governor still exists and has been considered by the city council in deciding to continue to have teleconference meetings, and that the state or local officials have imposed or recommended measures to promote social distancing in connection with COVID-19, and that as a result of the COVID-19 emergency, meeting in person would present imminent risk to the health and safety of attendees. Item 4, award a contract to Ola Unu for year 10 compliance with small municipal separate storm sewer system MS4 permit. Asking council to approve a contract with Ola Unu for a not to exceed amount of $52,060 to a separate storm sewer MS4 permit, and make the finding that the city of Avalon has satisfied the sole source requirements as specified in the Avalon Municipal Code.
And they just can't take the word for it if Bob Greenlaw says it's cool?
I just can't do that, no.
Dang.
We do that.
Okay. Is there a motion or comments?
I'll move to approve items 1 through 4 on the consent calendar.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Any comments or any? Nothing.
No comments.
Okay, thank you. Let's call for the vote.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ponce?
Aye.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye.
Councilmember Schickling?
Aye.
Great. So you've kind of changed this order of the way you.
I noticed that too. But it makes sense.
That's intentional. I don't know that it makes sense.
I understand the logic behind it.
Okay. All right, item number 5.
We have a public hearing. This is an appeal of the decision of the vehicle hearing officer for a denial of a request for an oversized commercial autolet. And this one was a continuance from the last council meeting, so we're asking council to continue the public hearing, receive public comment, at that time close the public hearing, consider the applicant's appeal.
I'd just like to make a comment beforehand based on the comment that you made about vehicles, not knowing where we may be going in the future, and it is going to take a couple of months. I don't know if people like Jackson and Mr. Moore or whatever can hold off all until to see if we really make any changes, or you get my drift?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know, just a comment, I'm kind of threw that out. I'm not sure what to do with it, but.
Should we, well, I'm not seeing Mr. Jackson yet, but I'm sure he's maybe on his way possibly.
I don't believe he hasn't contacted me today, and I don't know if he contacted any of you. Probably not.
Okay.
So, because we heard his whole thing.
Right.
So, and it was just a matter of, like you said, let's wait till we have full council to vote on it. So.
I'm just wondering if he would be amenable to waiting on a decision until after that meeting, and if we want to ask that of him, if he's willing to wait.
I also don't feel comfortable making a decision on this if there's going to be changes. I just feel like that might create another problem.
His vehicle is sitting on the mainland, so that's not, to me, I don't think it's a big deal. If you're listening, Jackson, call in or get in touch with Devin really quick. And I guess the same with item 6 as well. But Okay. Provide direction here. sir.
If I could, I might defer to Scott Campbell and see.
Okay.
Both of these are on the agenda for a decision, whether or not council can just push them off down the road for a period of time without taking action, or if action is taken, does it preclude further action if changes are made to the code? I guess, Scott, that would be my question.
So if the council, if you deny it, you can deny it without prejudice to bring back the appeal after the code is amended. That way, that will give the applicants time to consider whether they would like to reapply after this, and then you can make a decision as to whether you want to waive the application fee for that. You could also continue this matter to a date uncertain in the future after the council takes action on any revisions to the ordinance. So you can do that, or you could hear it and take an action on it today. If you were to deny it, I would suggest that you deny it without prejudice to come back after a change in the municipal code. The change that the city manager and I have discussed is what you have, something similar in other codes where upon a finding of hardship or unusual circumstances, you can make an exception to the strict compliance of the municipal code. We've done that in several other instances in the code. It does not apply, though, to the vehicle code as of yet.
Scott, in those instances, does it set precedent if we're allowing that, or is it based on individual applications?
Individual facts per each instance. The hardship has to be unique to that person as to why we're making an exception to the rule is how we worded it in other instances.
Thank you.
Does that make that clear as mud? Can you decipher through the mud there?
So I guess the options, I mean, Scott laid out all the options, but the options as far as what you have in front of you is if you deny or grant or deny and move forward today, then it's over. But if you deny it without prejudice, that means that if changes are made by council in the near future, the applicant would have the chance to come back and take advantage of whatever changes council makes. For example, if you create that hardship option, then they can come and there'd be criteria of what is a hardship, and they could present that argument. Because I think the reality of it is that's what you have before you. I mean, these are hardship requests of the code doesn't allow it, but here's why I'm a little different than maybe a different situation. And it allows them to make that argument. I think it makes sense. I don't know if council's going to go that direction, but I think it makes sense, and it'd be nice to allow these applicants to have the ability to come back and be heard if that is an available tool.
Right.
Now, I would also say
how that would work. How that would work is that the code would provide what that hardship would be. The hearing officer would then determine whether the hardship had been met, and then the appeal to the council would be whether the hearing officer abused the discretion in making whatever finding the hearing officer makes. So you'd be able to review it, but it'd be a finding of was there an abuse of discretion in the granting or denial of the request for a hardship exception.
so they would have to go back through the hearing officer process.
I would suggest that because we'd be changing the rules.
Okay.
Yes. And that may alleviate the need for a hearing before the council.
True.
And something like this realistically won't be, if we're not meeting until December, and it's going to take a couple of meetings and whatever, then it's going to take a couple of ordinance changes or whatever.
Right.
So we're looking at April. Could be as late as April.
Yeah, or early spring at least, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, around that time.
Could be.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Okay, again, well, I guess we have to, can't talk about Mr. Moore yet. Can we just talk in general about both of these applications? Is that against the rules? Because we have
Right now, you have an open public hearing on the first item on Mr. Jarrett.
we should do that first and then,
Yes, that is correct.
okay, all right. Okay. Public hearing is now open. Any public comments?
No comments.
Okay. Close the public hearing. Council? I like that deny without prejudice. Being that that vehicle has already been there so long, I don't know that it's gonna do any damage sitting over where it's sitting on the mainland. And if he decides to get something else in the interim, that's his business. Can't speak for him, but that seems like that might be the way to go on this one.
If we waive the fees, it's just for these cases, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be correct. You could make that as part of your motion in denying the appeal.
I agree. I think it would be most prudent to go that way just because of what is anticipated coming up in the future. So it doesn't, we don't just dismiss it so he can come back without any more monetarily fines or anything like that, and see if what comes out of the December 14th workshop helps him out. So,
Helps out whoever, yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So I would go with that one.
I'm fine with moving forward with the same. The only question I do have, and maybe this is a potential question for the 14th, or maybe it can be answered now, but just the question of what that hardship will be considered as, which I'm sure we'll discuss on the 14th, is a decision to purchase something that wasn't legal in the first place considered a hardship? And that's where I'm kind of having a little bit of an issue with this, is that everyone can always use a larger vehicle. So part of that discussion on the 14th really needs to determine, and maybe coming up with those ideas of what it is exactly that we're saying is a hardship. And then also ensuring, I'm sure it's probably on there, but if not, ensuring that there's a very easy page to go and find this information on the new website when it's launched, so that it's simple to find and listed from the homepage, and yeah.
But there's a presumption that we're not going to change the vehicle size.
I would assume we're not changing the vehicle size.
That's all going to be
But
discussed.
I also don't know, and that's part of this discussion, right?
Yeah. So there might not be a hardship at all if we say you can have a 4,000-inch vehicle or whatever, then no.
4,000-inch vehicles.
You know what I mean. If we can do like the Island Company has with those 2 trams that go down the street.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big vehicle. So, okay. So Michael? Opinion or motion or anything?
I have spoken to contractors who have come to me to say that it's not fair that somebody is jumping in front of them to get something that they've been waiting for.
Yeah.
So, and I will always go to the argument I've used for as long as I've lived here. We move here, we live here for a certain reason, and that one of those reasons is that we're not involved with traffic and the issues of parking on the mainland, but yet we have brought all those issues over here because everybody wants to have the bigger vehicle, you know, the noisier vehicle. Yeah, so it's, so there was a reason they put this ordinance into place, and I think it's still a good ordinance. Yes, it needs to be tweaked, but right now I would have no problem letting this go.
Okay.
But I would have a real hard problem of approving at this time.
Yeah. Okay.
Because as Lisa said, everybody can say, I have a hardship.
Right.
You know,
Right, that's what-
and
yeah.
it's frustrating. It's frustrating for the vehicle hearing officer. I have sat in some of those in the past, and the stories that I have heard from residents of this island as to why they need that vehicle, granted, I don't have a lot of hair, but I would pull out my hair. It was like, you've got to be kidding. So it's just...
Yeah. No, I've been getting calls and people on the street mainly, you know, like if he can jump, all I have to do is come before the city council. I said, no, that's not how, no, because there's no guarantee that they would be approved. So I think I've calmed those folks down, and I know Rocio's gotten those calls, you've probably gotten those calls, we've all gotten those calls. So, yeah. So does somebody want to make a motion then about the deny without prejudice and no fees? And waiving the fees?
Sure.
Okay, I will go ahead and make the motion.
Before you start, could I just clarify, if you're going to make a motion to waive fee, is it waiving the current fee that was paid for this specific appeal, or is it future fee?
Future fee.
Okay.
I would think, yes.
So I will make the motion to deny without prejudice and to waive future fee to reapply.
Okay.
I'll
that good?
second.
Okay, and that's good enough for everyone? Okay.
Does that work, Scott?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
And again, you have the full option, because you're going to be reviewing the code, that doesn't necessarily mean that you'd be changing the code. So,
Right.
you're still retaining all your options right now.
Right.
Yes, yes. Okay, call for the vote.
I'm sorry, who is the second?
I was.
Yesenia.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye?
Mayor Pro Tem Ponce?
Aye.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye.
Councilmember Schickling?
Aye.
Okay. Item number 6.
Item number 6 is a new appeal of the decision of the vehicle hearing officer, that being a denial of a request for a transfer of residential vehicle permit. At this time, we ask council to open the public hearing, receive public comment, close the public hearing, and consider the applicant's appeal.
Okay. Public hearing is now open. Would you like to, any comments?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for allowing me to be here, and for those who helped me behind the scenes too, their administrators that made this possible. Thank you. My name's Eric Moore. I'm one of the owners of Number 1 Upper Terrace. I think you've all looked at my appeal, and I wanted to clarify first of all that when I reviewed the statutes on vehicles, I misunderstood, thinking that there is a non-residential permit you could have for vehicles to not park on city streets at night, such as there is in golf carts. Apparently, I was mistaken. There is no type of permit for vehicles like that, just for golf carts, correct? So part of my appeal was saying how we would give up our residential sticker to have one of those, because we park all our vehicles on private property. We do not park on city streets. Being up in the hill, of course, it'd be a burden. I'm sure all of you who live here would understand that. We would make do without a vehicle, but we have a large family. We are driving a small vehicle at this time. It's a 1971 Datsun pickup, bought brand new with only 50,000 original miles, if you can believe it. So we do have a small vehicle, and we actually try to use our golf cart and walk, as much as possible, because we understand, being here so long, homeowners since 1961, the congestion issues you have. But because we park on private property, we're not going to be adding to any of the congestion parking issues that you have, and we'll keep it that way. Obviously, we've got the room up there. We would love to establish residency here, but cannot. In fact, I retired last June. I would be the first one here to establish residency at 1 Upper Terrace, but there's 8 people on title, 8 owners who have to share the house equally. So we cannot establish residency, none of us. So that's the exception I was asking for, is for us to be able to transfer the vehicle permit from my mother, Margaret Moore, to her daughter, Melinda Moore. And even though we have not established residency.
Okay. All right. Are there any other comments anywhere?
No comments online.
Okay. So I'll close the public hearing. And thank you, Mr. Moore.
That's it?
That's it.
Oh, and I just wanted to say real quick, I want to meet with you after the meeting, because I have a lead for triathletes that might help next year. Okay. And I wanted to thank the fire chief for his story. I'm an ex-LA County lifeguard and was involved in situations like that. It was just really heartwarming to hear, so thank you for your service.
Well, I think this is kind of a situation like we just came out of. I don't know if, unless you all say he's admitted, they're not going to be able to transfer it as a resident, and if we don't think we're going to be changing, if we're going to look at those kinds of things in December as well, it might be the same situation with Mr. Moore, or we can say, no, this is how it is. I know that, Dotson, because the boys, I don't know if it was Steve or Mike, wanted me to take it in the 4th of July parade one year, and it wasn't running. But it sure is cute. But I just have, I can ask him a question, can I not?
I believe so. The public hearing, did we close it?
We closed it. So you have a golf cart, and there are 6 passenger golf carts.
Yes.
That are available. I don't know what you have. You just have a regular 4-seater, 1, 2, 3, 4?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, okay.
We understand as a family we can upgrade to one, and we're looking at that in the future.
Okay. So I guess my question is, based on what we've just done with this other applicant, would you want us to hold you over to see if maybe there's going to be changes coming down the pike, or do you want us to just make a decision tonight?
Any opportunity for an exception would be welcome. So I guess the answer would be, if there is a possibility in the future of getting an exception, we'd prefer that.
Okay. Alrighty. Anybody else have questions?
I have a
Mr. Moore?
question. When you do take the vehicle down into town, do you park it? When we take it down? Rarely. The main reason we use it is for picking up at the boat and dropping off at the boat when family members arrive. If we have a dump run, if we have to go to the barge to pick up heavy equipment. When we go to the flats, we try to walk or take the golf cart. There are some occasions where we do take it down there, but never parking overnight. Okay.
We give him this, though, and this little Datsun he hardly ever drives, but there's nothing that would keep him in the future from getting another bigger than that vehicle.
And I appreciate the honesty on that.
Yes.
But there are numerous people that have lived in this town for years waiting for a blue sticker. There are numerous people in town who use their golf carts and make numerous trips to go pick up family and friends and luggage at the boat. There are numerous people in this town who go to Freight and pick up freight in their golf carts. So there are numerous people that are waiting for that blue sticker. That's my big thing.
Yeah.
Understood. We were in the book way back when, but unfortunately that family member passed away who was a resident. So we basically lost our place.
Right. Council, what's your pleasure?
I don't know, I tend to agree with Michael. it's the blue sticker is very coveted, and a lot of people, like myself, I've lived here for 28 years, I'm still on the list, and the reason I would want a blue sticker would be to travel the interior roads a little more comfortably than in my cut down Suzuki Samurai that, on those roads, it pretty much jars the fillings right out of your teeth. So I'd like something with shocks, so that'd be kind of nice. And I have been one of those people that, multiple trips to the mall to drop off and pick up, and, the freight lines and all that kind of stuff. And I understand, it's a family friend. You've had it for a really long time. And, but yeah, so I don't know where to go with this. I would be fine if you wanted to hold it over just like we did the other one and talk about it and see what happens after the December 14th discussion, but I'm kind of leaning denial
Right,
at this
too.
point.
So I'm definitely on the same boat with you guys, especially growing up here. Everybody that is on the list, and does those trips. But I also just kind of want to see if we happen to make any changes. Not saying we're
Right.
going to, but if it's giving
Right.
them the opportunity, I don't want to take that away either.
Absolutely.
So that's why I'm okay with also holding you over.
Right. And then people like Jackson and yourself are more than welcome to attend the meeting on the 14th, because it's open to the public, and so then you can offer ideas, suggestions, and all of that, and we can take that and run with it. So you have time between now and then to craft some words.
Yeah, I'm hoping I can get at least one family member. Many of us live out of state now, so.
You can
Send a message.
however they do this.
What is technology?
Yeah.
So I would definitely do that if I could make the trip.
Okay, great.
If
Thank
you had I don't know if there's a better preference, and I don't know if council has a preference if it's better to deny without prejudice and allow, similar to what we did for Mr. Jackson, or if it's better to hold it over, if you were okay with that, if there's,
So they don't have to reapply? Is that what you're saying?
right,
Oh, just hold it over?
right, because you're here to actually say if
He could
that's
agree,
okay.
he could agree to just continue it until a meeting where he would give us notice as to when he's ready to bring it to the council.
Yeah.
That way he would know what any new rules would be, and it'd be up to him or his family to make the appeal at that time.
but he would have to keep in touch with us, right? Because I don't like people saying, well, you never told me.
Correct,
So I think
correct.
if it's something that's that
The onus would be
important.
on him.
Okay, the onus would be on you to keep in touch, to say, have you made any changes? And we have all this civic way you can communicate with us now, starting in a couple of weeks, so there should be no hindrance to communication.
Either way would be fine, just having the opportunity going forward and not seeing it end here is, more than we could ask for.
Okay. All right, so is there a motion for either one of those options?
I think I would move to leave the public hearing open, with the impetus being Mr. Moore reaching back out after the vehicle event on the 14th of December, and for a future meeting to reopen the public hearing so that we can continue the discussion if there are changes. Either way, it doesn't matter if there are changes or not, but to continue the discussion at a later meeting, that you would actually let us know when you're going to be in town. We'll set it for that meeting and make sure to have enough communication beforehand so you have time for that. Would you be open to that?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, you got that motion?
Sorry, that was so wordy. You're welcome.
Just to be clear, you're saying you're gonna leave this as an open, no decision?
Correct.
I keep in touch with the city to find out when it's going to come up again, and then I appear again, or a family member
No,
represents.
you contact the city after the meeting on the 14th, which you know what decision and if there are any changes, and at that time, you ask for the hearing, and then we'll schedule it at a date convenient to you.
And I can bet that all decisions will not be made on the 14th.
There may be more than
There's
one
going to be a lot. If
meeting.
we're dealing with, we're
Right.
going to deal with stickers and everything, right?
Yes.
Yeah, or else we're going to be here for more than 2 hours. We're not going to be able to get that accomplished in 2 hours. Especially so we have the first meeting, then the community's going to start coming out and go, wait a minute, and then, but check in after the 14th and we'll let you know where we are.
All right, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there's a
I
motion.
made the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, call for the vote.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ponce?
Aye.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye.
Councilmember Schickling?
Aye.
See, when we first started on the council as mayor, I was the last person to vote. So then it seemed like if there was 2 and 2, I was kind of the tiebreaker. So I don't know that I like this so much. We might have to talk.
I can change.
No. Not that I'm chicken. The pressure.
It is a lot of pressure.
But we can give it to Michael. He doesn't have a problem. Anyway, okay. Item number 7.
Oh, real quick, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right now that we're on the topic of December 14th, are we going to make it accessible for the public to look into the vehicle codes? So they are prepared also for December 14th? Because I don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
I want everyone to be ready the 14th.
They're always accessible. I mean, they're certainly
Just
accessible.
kind of like
It's
push it
on-
out there,
it's on-
because no one really
It's on the city webpage.
like a little blast, a little social media blast.
We'll highlight
I know
it.
how it works.
Okay. Item number 7.
Item number 7, at council's request, Mr. Baker has presented the fiscal year 2021-2022 year-end unaudited financials. At this time, I think Matt will present this, and we'll be seeking council to acknowledgement, receive, and file the fiscal year 21-22 year-end unaudited financial results report.
Okay, take it away, Matt.
Thank you. Is everyone able to see my screen?
There we go.
Yes, very nice.
Okay. I will have a copy of the presentation to share after the meeting. I apologize.
Excuse me a second, Matt. Hey, Jamie, can you boost his audio at all? I can barely hear
I
him.
can make sure I'm talking into the mic. It might be on my end more than
Yeah, I couldn't hear
Jamie's. Is
Scott
that any better?
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
All right, so the presentation that I'm about to give is our unaudited financial results for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2022. The audit is currently in progress. We had auditors on site last week, but unfortunately they had to leave early as I wasn't able to be in the office. But the goal still is to have the results of that audit and the audited financials along with them to share with council in January of 23. This report focuses on the general fund and the harbor funds. Obviously, the audited financials will cover all the various funds. I was really just trying to focus on our largest two funds. And really the focus of the report is comparing the year-end estimates that are included with the adopted budget to the actuals based on the unaudited results. The one thing I just wanted to point out that I've categorized everything as it would appear in the audited financials. So for example, the restroom maintenance contract, I typically group with contract services for the harbor, but in the audited financials, it rolls up under the maintenance and repairs category. So for consistency purposes, I followed the audited financials, and my goal is over time to try to get them to be more in line with each other. And then lastly, the presentation, I've also included fiscal years 18 to 22 to provide some context of kind of where we've been and where we are currently. So this is a comparison of the general fund. So in the budget document that was shared back in June, we had year-end revenues estimated at 15.8 million, year-end expenditures at 10.4, transfers out at 280,000 for a increase of a little over 5 million. Looking at the unaudited financials, revenues are 16.3 million, and the total gain on reserves would be 5.7 million compared to that 5 million. And really where that difference is from the numbers that I presented back in June to the numbers I'm presenting now are the, in June when I presented it, I was still using estimates for May and June activity. Now we had actual information for May and June, and my revenue estimates as they've been were below where we actually came in. So here is a breakdown of all the general fund revenues. The two that I have highlighted are really the two major differences between what was presented back in June and what right now I'm presenting as part of the unaudited actuals. So sales tax in our budget for last year, we had 1.36 million. That includes both the city's portion of the 10% sales tax and the hospital's add-on. We report that as a revenue, and then there's a corresponding expense on the other side. You can see we had that budgeted at 1.3. My year-end estimate was 1.9 million, and the unaudited actuals came in a little over 2.1 million. Again, when I'm building those estimates, I'm using our consultants' estimates in there as well. And the other big revenue difference was the TOT, as I've been discussing. We had budgeted 5.1 million. The year-end estimate was 8.5, and right now the unaudited actuals, I have 8.7 million. Just to kind of put context there, 6 million is the highest we've ever had for TOT prior to fiscal year 22, and this year we're looking at 8.7 million. The next slide here just shows a breakdown over the past 5 fiscal years. So you can see TOT in fiscal year 18. So this is a good 2 years before COVID, was just 5.35 million. Fiscal year 19, the last year not impacted at all by COVID, it was 5.4 million. You can see in fiscal year 20, it dropped to 4.5 million, and that was largely due to the shutdown in that fourth quarter of fiscal year 20. Fiscal year 21 was 6 million, and then the 8.7 in fiscal year 22. The other revenue I wanted to highlight is the intergovernmental revenue. And the reason why it's so high in fiscal year 22, the 1.3 million compared to the 200,000, is that includes the approximately 900,000 we did receive from the American Rescue Plan Act, the state and local fiscal recovery funds. Other revenues in there tend to be grant revenues, and so that's why you'll see that one fluctuate year over year, just kind of based on what type of grant activity we had going on. But as you can see, the fiscal year 16.3 million is the highest revenue total we've reported. And we can go back further than the last 5 years. It was a record year for us. Next slide is a comparison of expenditures within the general fund. The two I wanted to highlight are fire and ambulance. You can see the decrease in fire from a peak in fiscal year 20 of 2.9 million to 2.7 million in 22. Part of that decrease is due to decreases in overtime expenditures. Overtime was down nearly 100,000 compared to its peak in fiscal year 19. And then the other thing I wanted to highlight is while Public Works definitely has seen decreases in their expenditures, we also made some changes to how we allocate the garage's costs. And so part of the reason we went from 1.8 million in fiscal year 19 to 1.3 million in fiscal year 20 was because it changes to the allocation percentage of the garage. Prior to fiscal year 20, Public Works was charged half of the garage's time, and that's we've kind of reassessed how much time is being spent in the garage on the different departments, and that's been lowered to 20%. So that alone made about a $200,000 difference. And lastly, on the bottom highlighted the services and charges. That's where we include the chamber's TOT. So if you see, we went from 1.5 million in 21 to 2.2 million in 22. Really the source of that increase is the increased allocation to the chamber based on the increases we experienced in the TOT revenues. And similarly in contract services, that includes the hospital pass-through expenditures, so the sales tax that we receive that we send through to the hospital, and that's really why you see that increase from fiscal year 21 to 22 there. So you can see our expenditures total 10.1 million, which is higher than fiscal years 20 and 21, where we made some significant reductions due to COVID. But as you can see, it's not as high as our pre-COVID fiscal year 18 or 19 spend. So this table here kind of shows a breakdown of the revenues minus the expenditures to show the net change in fund balance, or you can think of it as the increase or decrease in reserves. So you can see 2 of the 5 years we did have draws on reserves, so we were operating with a deficit in the general fund. But for 3 of the 5 years we have increases, and you can see the last 2 years we had pretty significant increases in our reserves in the general fund. So again, the fund balance is what I'm talking about when I'm referring to the reserves, and that's the total accumulation of operating surpluses and deficits since the beginning of the city. For financial reporting, we break them into 5 different categories. Non-spendable fund balance, that would be as if the city lent money to an outside entity, as we had in the past with the hospital. We would report that amount as a non-spendable fund balance. Restricted fund balance are funds that are restricted by some type of legal requirement. So for example, the gas tax money we receive, we have to spend it on street purposes. So any monies we have in fund balance for gas tax would be grouped as a restricted fund balance. The last 3 are what make up the unrestricted fund balance. Committed would be if council dedicated monies to a particular project, say a capital improvement fund. And then unassigned, there's no restrictions on, other than general government purposes, what those monies could be spent on. And so in fiscal year 22, we did set a reserve target for our unrestricted fund balance of no less than 6 months of general fund operating expenditures. And so that would be approximately 5.5 million. And so as you can see, it's in the bottom right corner. Our fund balance right now, with the unaudited financials is 12.5 million. So we are about 7 million ahead of that target. Again, we may want to discuss that target, and if we still are comfortable with the 6-month target, there's a lot of factors that would go into that target. But right now we are significantly above where we had set as our reserve target in the general fund. And here's another slide that kind of clearly or more clearly shows that fund balance over the last 5 years.
Wow.
So the harbor fund's a little trickier to do a reconciliation between the budget document and the unaudited financials, and that's because there's a different basis of accounting that we use for the financial statements. In general, when we're preparing the budget, we're really focused on near-term cash activity, but for the financial statements, for the enterprise funds, we do have to look at non-cash transactions. So for example, depreciation and OPEB come into play when we're building out the audited financials. Whereas we don't really consider those expenses for the budget purposes since there's no cash impact. Trying to reconcile the two, we use working capital as our kind of measurement of reserves in the harbor. And you can see we had a negative almost 500,000 in the harbor's working capital. Again, the harbor had to borrow from the general fund at the end of last year. But given the performance in the harbor, it was a short-term, less than 1 year borrowing. So you can see revenues in the harbor. We had in the budget document 8.9 million. In the unaudited financials, we have 8.7. But a large reason for that difference is ad tax isn't considered an operating revenue. In the unaudited financials, it's considering a non-operating revenue, or I think I have it listed there as non-current. It should say non-operating. But in general, you can see we went from entering fiscal year 21 with a negative working capital of 500,000, and we ended the year with a working capital somewhere around 1.3 million. Again, comparing what we had presented with the budget to what I'm showing now with the unaudited actuals, kind of the main difference in cruise ship wharfage, we had an estimate at year end of 550,000. We actually came in at 660,000. A lot of that had to do with increased occupancy seen on the cruise ships in May and June. Prior to that, the ships had been, say, 2/3 full, and beginning in May, we started to see full ships in the harbor, or the cruise ships. Next slide, this is similar to what I showed for the general fund. It's kind of a breakdown over the past 5 years. This shows just the operating revenues and operating expenditures as they're presented in the audited financials. I highlighted the salaries and benefits just to remember to point out that OPEB expenses we do report there, so they're non-cash expenses that do come into play for audited financials. And we had to recognize some OPEB expenses in fiscal year 19. And because our liability, or at least with my unaudited results, I believe our OPEB and pension liabilities are going to decrease for fiscal year 22. So that reduced the OPEB expense. So it's not maybe the best comparison to look at from a staffing perspective, because some of those OPEB and pension liability related expenses really can kind of skew the totals there. Similarly, at the very bottom, depreciation expense is a non-cash expense, so I never would show that as part of the budget. But you can see fiscal year 18, 19, 19, and 20, all three had operating deficits in the harbor. In fiscal year 21, we saw operating income of a little over 200,000, and this year 2.3 million, so definitely a strong year. If we actually go back, I believe fiscal year 17 also had an operating loss. So, a lot of the changes we did make in the harbor have really turned around its performance. So I keep mentioning working capital. That's the kind of the target ratio we use for assessing whether there's sufficient funds in the, or sufficient money in the harbor fund to cover our short-term obligations. So working capital is just our current assets, so think cash and receivables, minus current liabilities or things that we plan on paying within the next year. In our budget policies, we did set a target of $2.6 million for working capital in the harbor. Again, that last slide I said we have $1.3 million, so we're approximately halfway to that target. But my plan is during the budget process this year to kind of bring back those numbers and talk about whether those targets are, whether we want to reassess where those targets are. When I set 4 months, we had a negative working capital of $500,000, and I thought a 4-month operating expenditure target would be a challenge to hit in the next 5 years, and it looks like we're on pace to potentially hit it in 2. So that's something I do want to bring forward when we talk budget next year. So again, this is just kind of a cleaner way to look at the working capital over the last 5 years. You can see we started with a working capital in fiscal year 18 of $2.5 million, and that went all the way down to negative $179,000 in 20. Part of that was by design. We had some major capital spend those years, and so that would reduce our current assets when we're taking cash and using that cash to acquire different capital assets. That reduces the current asset. But you can see it's turning around nicely in the harbor fund as well. And so that is the end of the presentation. But if there are any questions. So if I were to
I just have a comment, yep. Matt. Thank you for the presentations that you give to us. It's easy to follow along and know where we're going. It just makes it so easy from past years. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm really happy with how the staff report came out. So it does a good job also of summarizing what I talked about if there are questions out there. But in summary, we're heading in the right direction. General fund reserves are very strong, and the harbor, while we're not at our target, definitely significant progress from where we had been.
And so the harbor funds, since we're above what we thought we were going to do, those stay in the harbor, right? So anything in the future.
All the money collected in the harbor has to be spent in the harbor. General fund are the only funds that can be kind of spent for general purposes, I guess you could say.
That's pretty cool.
And so, we're definitely in a strong position, but we have a lot of major capital spend, whether we're looking at Mole Phase 2, whether we're looking at a landfill that's, approaching its capacity. So it's certainly positive. I'm very happy with the position we're in relative to where we've been. But I am also looking at some of the needed capital improvements and infrastructure plans, and it's good that we're, entering that with a stronger position than I thought we would be. So.
Yeah. Matt, it's great work. Thank you for the update. And I'm curious, I've been through a couple of tourism-specific meetings and seeing what trends are looking like over the next 6 years, 6 months to a year, and even onward. And depending on who you talk to, half of the people are saying the actual rebound is happening for the U.S. next year, which is crazy to me that there could be more travel than what we're actually seeing right now. And some are saying we're heading towards recession. So I don't know where that puts us in terms of looking at budget planning for next year. I know that you'll have some input on that, but there were a number of different reports that were kind of fascinating, and it's nice to know Avalon, I knock on wood, but it's relatively recession-proof in terms of that, just because of the local traffic aspect. But I'm encouraged by what we're seeing right now, and I'm thankful to council for setting up the reserve the way that we have, and for you guys for carrying out the goal. So it's looking much more positive than it was a year ago or even further back, right?
It's difficult to predict what next year has. If we look at the Great Recession as some kind of an indicator, revenues dropped 20%.
Yeah.
But the last 2 years, we've seen a 50% increase in TOT. So, you know, the one nice thing, we really aren't operating at a level where we need our TOT to reach the levels it has, you know, the past 18 months or so. And so we should be, you know, obviously we hope the strong years continue, but we should be in a strong position even if we were to see a decrease to some extent.
So I have to say, your estimates have been incredible. The way you've estimated and guesstimated where we would be in with staff and you, it's pretty phenomenal. But I have one little question. When does the wharfage fee for the cruise ships go up?
Right now, it's not scheduled to go up, other than the Measure H related increases. So the Muni Code outlines the rate schedule. And so it went from, I believe, $3 per passenger to $5 per passenger over a 5-year period. 2 of those years, or 18 months of that period, we didn't have any cruise travel. So we went pretty much from a $4 wharfage to a $5 wharfage. If you look at the March 20 rates versus the October 21 rates when cruise ships resumed. But right now, per the Muni Code, it's not scheduled to go up other than the Measure H.
But aren't those agreements first, like, we went from 3 to 5, but we said we could stay at 5 forever, or did we put a cap on?
My understanding is it could come back before council, and, you know, there's no timeline or cap that I'm aware of.
There's no current increase scheduled other than the Measure H.
Okay, because if we did, I know that if we wanted to discuss that down the line, it would, because I hear a lot of people say, well, you go into other ports and it's a lot, the wharfage is a lot more than what we charge. But I do know that they need a lot of notice if we're gonna up that, because I know they were upset even over Measure H, even though it was 50 cents or $1. If we want to look at that, I think we should look at that and space it, you know, get that over time, because that's something that I would probably support. Okay, great job. Any other questions of council or anybody on our little machine?
No comments have been received.
Okay. All right, well, thank you, and we're gonna just acknowledge and file. Okay.
Yes.
That's it.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Matt.
Yep, thank you.
Item number 8.
Okay, now that Matt has told you how well we've been doing, Dave Hart's here to spend some of the money. And I just want to say we have number 8 is discuss procurement of a new Christmas tree for Wrigley Stage, authorize an expenditure for a new tree for a not to exceed amount of $50,000. And I do want to make the comment, we're under the gun from a time frame on this. We don't expect it to be $50,000, but the cost to the city is going to be less because we are receiving, and thank you to the chamber, shout out to the chamber, they're already committing $5,000. We are anticipating that the city will receive this, but we might have to pay for it up front, and we don't know the cost of this at this time, but we have to order it probably within the next week in order to get it here by December 3rd, which is our goal.
Okay, I make a motion.
What?
No.
He stuck around all night for this.
Oh, okay.
I can give a couple of options as well.
Okay.
City manager has tasked me to look into a tree this year because our tree is it's about 14 feet. There's actually holes in it. There's parts that aren't staying in it. We originally went to the chamber and asking for a donation so we at least can get some bigger ornaments to stuff the holes with. and then the city manager and I were talking about it, and then we thought maybe we can bring this back with that $5,000 and use that, especially if we're looking maybe next year, because I was also tasked by the city manager as well as Jim Lutohan at the chamber to create a Christmas committee where we will create a comprehensive plan to design and fund Christmas throughout the December, and then we'll figure out how that's all funded. But we all agree that Christmas should be bigger on the island, and so we thought this year, if we are going to take that $5,000 instead of buying ornaments that might be gone next year, but to go ahead and purchase a tree put that towards a tree this year that we wouldn't have to worry about next year. We've had a couple outdoor holidays, one of the largest outdoor Christmas tree and decoration companies, as well as St. Nick's, which the council members who saw them at the Gateway Cities, they're the ones who do all of Long Beach. If you see all the big designs that Long Beach does downtown, they're the ones who do Long Beach. And so I've been in talks with them, and then I reached out to a couple of other Christmas vendors. Everybody's out of trees right now. They can't, they won't be able to get it to us by shop at home night for the lighting.
Oh.
So, but we do have St. Nick's does have 2 trees available, a 20-footer and a 30-footer. They're a little bit more pricier than the other companies, and that's because their trees come fully lit and fully decorated. So when you put them on, it's 12 ornaments per branch on the tree. So they have a 20-footer, and they have one that's a 30-footer. And so the 20-footer, they think if they can bring it down to about 30, it's usually about 41,000, but they're able to get it down to about 31,000 by going a little bit less on the ornaments, but they would also give us a 4-inch topper on top of that, making the tree 24 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Not 4-inch, 4-foot topper.
I was gonna say that.
Making it a 24-foot tree. And then a little Charlie Brown tree,
Stonehenge.
right? Yeah. And then the 30-footer would, they have it already actually prepared, and so that one actually has 12 ornaments per branch. It would come with the topper, and so it'd be about 34 feet high, and that's about 50,000. But they said they'd be willing to. They don't have as much wiggle room, but there's some wiggle room to come down on price on that. So I believe today we're asking to see if that's the direction the council would like to go towards a tree. Do we want to just stay around, 8-9 feet above the tree we have now, or whether or not we want to go big? And if
Do
you
the
know me,
trees
I
come
want to
with
go big.
insurance, replacements if something falls off?
Oh yeah, warranty.
Okay,
They have,
just make sure.
I believe it's a 5-year warranty.
And what, do we have any kind of say in the color of lights and ornaments and stuff?
Well, the lights
or-
they're white. The lights on these would be white. I could ask about colored lights, but the ornaments, they want this business badly. They want Avalon badly
Sure.
to go right with Long Beach. So they're willing to work with us. They're trying to. This year it's too soon, but one of the ideas that we were working on ideas for ornaments that are Catalina based, whether they be based on the tile works, whether they're based, because they can create anything that you want. And, but for right now, I can discuss with them about whether these are ornaments that we can give back next year to get more of that Catalina base. And just lease these ornaments out for this year. That's
So they're
something I
just
can ask.
basically balls, different color balls, or?
Yeah, and they're just, so the tree's stuffed with them.
Right.
You see now, we have like a tree, a snowflake, it's.
Right.
Yeah. It's not as
Well,
impressive as we would like it to be. Catalina's impressive.
You've seen a tree.
I've
So,
seen it.
Yeah, you've
For
seen
many
it.
years, yeah.
The hole where
Yeah.
Sarah Lavelle climbed into it one year, yeah.
Well, I wonder if they're gonna let us replace some of the ornaments, then I'd be down to get the bigger one. But if they're not gonna be able to do that, then we'd go smaller ones with less ornaments, so then we can add the
We can
Catalina
add
ones.
ornaments. Yeah, we can do that.
How big is the one we have right now, 10?
14.
Oh, 14.
The life expectancy of the tree, once purchased?
10 years.
So that's a
It's a
10-year
5-year warranty, but
Five.
10 years because people,
Yeah.
it gets tossed around a little bit.
I think the only thing I brought up to Dave ahead of time, we talked about this already, was just ensuring that it has proper storage so that it remains
Yeah.
covered throughout the year. And had mentioned possibly the uppies in the lobby area as a potential spot that might be better than having it
Yeah,
at
we
the warehouse.
The base of the 30
gonna say, how
footer
big is it? Yeah.
is with, because, with
Right, I was thinking.
the branches,
Yeah.
without the branches, believe it's, I believe it's 13 feet 3 inches.
Yeah.
Without the branches. With the branches, it's 17 and a half.
Right.
Yeah, feet. It'll fit on stage. We measured it.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
It'll fit.
Kinda look at that right there.
We'll make it fit, Bob.
Yeah.
Also the acreage.
Right, that was the next question.
You're gonna have some cables.
Across it.
Or the acreage to the concrete of the stage.
Right.
So it doesn't fall over on somebody.
Good
So
call.
all those things have to be taken into.
Yeah.
Great idea.
Thank you.
And so who's going to decide, you and the city manager on the tree?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll take account what you just suggested now, and we'll move forward with it.
I wish you would have brought pictures. I want to see
Once
some.
we start working on it, I'll bring it.
Pass around your phone.
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't know how strongly Yesenia's saying about her comment about the thing. I don't care, I just want to say, here, not to exceed $50,000, and whatever y'all do is fine with me. But
Yeah.
if you feel adamant about the, the bulbs thing and
No,
the
I was
height.
just really big on the Catalina ornaments. I think that would be huge.
Yeah, I agree.
But that's also something we'll work on for next year. Yes.
Sounds like potential for a great fundraiser next year to have people get to pay to decorate some of the ones that are already on it, possibly.
Yeah, maybe the library can have some kind of like decorate your ornaments.
When we first started, they were all paper ornaments on that thing.
I'd move to approve the expenditure for a new tree not to exceed $50,000.
I second. Moved and second, third and fourth and fifth. Okay, call for the vote?
Councilmember De La Rosa? Aye. Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye.
Councilmember Schickling?
An enthusiastic aye.
Pro Tem Ponce?
Yes.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye. Okay,
Switching it all
that
up.
was an easy one, come on.
Great way to end the night.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
So, CM?
Closed session, yeah?
Yep.
So now we have 2 items for closed session, real property negotiations. Property is a public right-of-way, Tremont Street, approximately 102 square feet between the city of Avalon and Corey Hoyt, the owner, and we're looking to negotiate price and terms of payments. And then the other item is public employee performance evaluation of the city manager.
Yes, okay. We're back from closed session. No reportable action. Meeting is adjourned. Good night, Tony.